What is up, everybody? Welcome to the stream. Scatters in chat now. How's everybody doing on this Tuesday morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you're watching from? We have a chill stream ahead of ourselves today. Couple of fun things to do. Couple of stuff to talk about. Building my deck for locals today, even though I think that part is not going to be that exciting today because I had a bunch of ideas of what I could play at locals. And so I was searching through my cards this morning to get the stuff out so it doesn't take me forever on stream. And then I realized I'm missing, like, for most of the stuff, I'm missing like 1 or 2 cards, which is really bothering me. It's really annoying. Because, like, I was thinking about playing Hero, but I don't own an Elemental Hero Neos. I was thinking about playing Ascent, but apparently that deck needs Chicken Game, and I haven't picked up Chicken Game yet. I was thinking about playing Memento, but I'm missing like 1 or 2 random cards for that I didn't have. I was thinking about playing what was the other one? Melodious Chimera. But then I realized I didn't own the super rare Chimera fusions, which I thought surely, you know, when we opened the box when the set came out, we pulled one of those, but no, didn't. So I'm just randomly missing a lot of cards for like 1 or 2 cards for all of the decks I was thinking about playing. So it was really annoying. It's not even that the stuff that I'm missing is expensive or anything. It's just I didn't think about picking it up in time. So we'll probably play some of those, if not all of them, in upcoming weeks to just try and have some fun with them. But for today's locals, there's basically 2 options left, I think. And we can either... I guess I can let you guys decide later. We could play Orcust, because I do have everything for that, like the Orcust Sky Striker, basically the deck from 2019. I could play that. I have the cards for that. Or we try to cook something with Lightsworn. If I have, depending on what we want to cook, if I have the cards for it. So those are the 2 options, but we can decide that later. So it's either gonna be Orcust at locals today, or it's gonna be something Lightsworn. We'll see. We will see. But yes, other than that, we have the first couple cards from the next main set after the Infinite Forbidden that were announced, which is now we are the Year of the Water is done, the Year of the Fire is done, now it's the Year of the Water. So we have some of the cards to react to. I haven't read them yet, so we're going to take a look at that. Then I wanted to take a quick look at the Rarity Collection 2 reveals. Obviously, we were here yesterday for the first influencer openings, but obviously it's really hard to take in all of that information at once when the packs are being opened in front of you. So we're going to take a look at the full list and talk about, you know, what we think of it. We're going to play the new... We're gonna take a look at the new Master Duel event, the Limit 1 festival. That's gonna be fun. So yeah, bunch of things ahead of ourselves. It's gonna be a fun stream. Let's hop right into the warm up and begin. Smantu, thank you for the first time sub. Appreciate that. And that Tim guy, thank you for the 14. Appreciate both of you. Thank you. Okay, let's guess some cards. Have you seen the new support for sharks? Well, I've seen that it exists, but I haven't read it yet. We're gonna do that in just a second after the warm-up is done. Adricino, Durandama, and Riolu, thank you guys for the subs. Appreciate every single one of you. All right, let's begin. Let's guess some cards. This looks familiar. That is Immortal Dragon. That is DNA Checkup, DNA Surgery. Is it Oja Massive? Is it not one of those? Okay. Okay, my bad. I thought it was a DNA card. That is Mikanko Trap card, I think, isn't it? Dragon Maid? Oh, okay. Dragon Maid Send Off. It's basically the same thing, isn't it? Jurak. Oh, which one? Titano? I don't... Is it Titano? It is Titano. Zandok, thank you for the 5. Obsidian Dragon. And here we have... No idea. I feel like I've seen this. Chaos Core. Yeah. It reminded me of Chaos Summoning Beast, but I wasn't sure. Is that Ferris? Please be Ferris. Yep. Loimas, thank you for the 6. We're looking at the fish support in just a second. That looks like maybe an Arcana Force. That is an Arcana Force. The Emperor. I think that's shared ride. No. Mistaken arrest? Yeah. Have I seen this one? I'm not sure. Oh, it is D cubed. Now this one I'm from. This is a. Oh, this is Evil Swarm Heliotrope. No, oh, Castor. The extra normal summon, not the vanilla. Yeah, yeah. Gem Knight. Garnet. Yeah. Buster Whelp. No, isn't there? Protector Whelp. Dragon Buster? What? Destruction Sword, that one. Okay, I thought they were all named Whelp. Something different dimension, but I am not sure which one that is. I don't know, actually. 4th dimension, okay. This is the big, isn't this the big fireball? The thingy, what is this? What was this again? The Inferno Tempest, yeah. Dude, Lancia again? How often is Lancia going to show up? Recently. Tin can. Giving me Blackwing vibes. That's usually not good. Might not. Oh no, that's not a Blackwing. That's one of the fossils. Skull King. This is Nitro Synchron, but I'm not sure if it's the card Nitro Synchron. I don't think it is. Battle tuned. Okay. Orcust stuff, but Galatea? Well, it's not Galatea though. I don't know what it's called. I know this is Galatea, but orchestrated release. Okay. Oh, what is this? No idea. Dude, the last minute was pretty bad. It was a good start, but the last minute I haven't really. It's all just who megalol cards. This one though is like Robo Warrior MM Warrior. 1 or 2? 2? 2. Don't know this one either. Even though I feel like I've seen this one. It's old. Fiery Favor. Fervor. Schmark River, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate that. Is that Punishment Dragon? I'm not sure. No. Oh, that's the Nordic. The oh god, Tangrisnir or something? Tangnostur, yeah. Trap tricks, right? This is Trap Trick, I think. Yep. Do I know this? Amazement Train? Train Ride? Dude, the cards you're mentioning don't exist. Thrill Train. Okay. Thrill Train. I should have just skipped it. I didn't know what it was. That's a rank up magic, isn't it? I'm skipping the rank up magic as well. This is Org. Yeah. Ooh. This is Cosmic Slicer Zero. Golgar looks differently. Golgar is the synchro. I don't know if this might be the synchro as well, but is that Iris? Not Iris, Mardell. That's super old. I don't know what it's called. Yamadron? Oh. Dude, have some of these old vanillas even been printed? Like, I know they exist, but like, has this been printed? Probably in some like tournament pack, maybe. It was a McDonald's card or that, yeah, I guess. This guy. Dark, the dark, is it? This is Mephist, yeah. That is Landwalker, right? No? Desert. That looks a lot like Landwalker, but even though Landwalker isn't an insect, I guess. But Landwalker has like the exact same pose. That is Leo. No? Leo Drake? What? Naturia. Oh, is it Gaia's Trio? Oh, the big one. Okay. Well, they're all kind of big, but I think that's the biggest. I do not know what that is. Machine assembly line. Look, I'm trying, but the last, like, I just don't know what these cards are, dude. Try to plant, probably, but, like, yeah. I think that's Fiery Dance. Fire Dance. See, why? How is that not it? Everyone is thinking the same thing. Purification Dance? Man. That is a Vernusylph, I think. I don't know which one. No. Flourishing Hills? Flourishing Hills. Okay. That's Tackle Crusader. Hey, give me more of those. Something Marauder. This one. Yep. Okay. Emerald Tortoise, but I think the advanced one. Yep. I don't think I know what this is. I feel like I've skipped this like a couple days ago. Prevention Star. This is like beginning of. Is this one? Oh. Super Soldier Synthesis. Probably a mermail, but Deep Sea Minstrel. Deep Sea Minstrel. That's basically a mermail. That counts. Rimgear, thank you for these 16 months. Appreciate that. This is Quill Pen. Oh, not this one. This is like the turtle thing that's a dinosaur. Dragon turtle? No. Crab turtle? That's not crab turtle. Turtle. Turtle bird? No. Turtle bird. Okay, that was one. Something Fire King. Hazy Glory? Or Hazy Glory. That's what I said. All right, well. It's an average AF round, even though it started off pretty well. The last, like the middle portion was pretty bad. It's not that bad though. It's not that bad, Copium. It's not that bad. All right, effect monster. Low level. Not a warrior, not a dark. Relatively new, low stats. Let's try Meluseek. I don't know why. Okay. Not a water, not a spellcaster. It is a it's not just an effect monster, so it could be a link. More than, because it also has less than 300 attack defense. Because the links count as 0. So what's let's do a link 2, less than 1500 attack. I mean, that's just Sprite Elf, right? Wait, what? It's a link 2 fire. 1400 attack is correct, but it's not Sprite Elf. It's older than 2022. So it's also not Sprite Sprint. It could be Proxy F, right? That's yeah, okay. That's also 1400. Easy clap. Easy clap. All right. Warm up out of the way. Done. Let's begin. Let us begin. First things we're gonna do today, or like rather, let me repeat what we're doing today for the people that have just joined. The agenda for today is basically we're gonna look at some new cards from Rage of the Abyss, which is the next core set after the Infinite Forbidden. Because after the Year of the Fire, it's gonna be the Year of Water. So that's what we're looking at first. Then we're talking about the Rarity Collection. We got the reveals yesterday from the influencer openings. I was here watching it live, but I wanted to take a little, like, a step back because it was a lot of info at once. Take a look at the whole list of the stuff and think about what we think of it. Then we're gonna play the new Master Duel event with the limit 1 restriction, where every single card is limited. So it's basically Highlander Yu-Gi-Oh! I think that's fun. Let's try to have some fun with that. And then we're gonna build my deck for locals, which is probably, there's 2 options for locals today, which is Orcust or Lightsworn. So we're gonna decide that later and build the deck for locals today because I'm going after stream. Okay. First things first. Rage of the Abyss is the core set after the Infinite Forbidden. The Infinite Forbidden released in the OCG a couple weeks ago, and Rage of the Abyss is up next. I don't know exactly when they're getting it, probably in a couple of weeks, like 4, 6, 8 weeks, something like that. It's still some time to go for them to receive it, which means for us it's even longer. So this is a couple months in the future for us. But we can take a quick look at the first info we have for Rage of the Abyss, which is, from the looks of it, a lot of people were guessing that Abyss meant that it was a Burning Abyss themed set, but obviously it's more likely for it to be water themed, which these first cards will confirm that it is water themed, which is kind of fitting. After we had a lot of fire support, we have now a lot of water support, so we can look at, maybe we have a fire water format all over again. On the cover, you can immediately tell that it's some Shark Drake Vice sort of stuff, because I think that's number 32. That's the Shark Xyz. So let's just hop right in. We have a couple cards already announced. The first one is Surfacing Big Jaws. Level 4 Water Fish Effect Monster, 1800 attack, 300 defense. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. During your main phase, if a spell card was activated this turn, you can special summon this card from your hand. Also, you cannot special summon monsters from the extra deck for the rest of this turn, except Xyz monsters. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add a fish shark monster from your deck to your hand. If this card is used for the Xyz summon of a water monster, it can be treated as level 3 or 5. So we're starting off with, honestly, a banger, I would say. That's pretty damn strong. If you have a spell card, it's basically this is already a good normal summon. But if you have activated any spell card, it even is a special summon. This card is pretty strong. On summon, adds another shark. Can be used as level 3, 4, or 5. Pretty good. Extender, starter, +1. Flexible Xyz material, really good card. Okay, they've included a list of all the possible searches for this, which I guess wind up shark. Let's go. Okay. Next one, Drake Shark, Water Fish Effect, level 4. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. If this card is added to your hand, except by drawing it, you can special summon it. Dude, stop with the poplars, please. How often? Oh my god, no. If this card is used for the Xyz summon of a water monster that uses 3 or more materials, it can be treated as 2 materials. Okay. A Shark Drake Xyz monster that has this card as material gains this effect. Once per turn, you can detach 2 materials, then target a spell trap on the field. Attach it to this card as material. Okay, so it's not as good as Poplar, thankfully. That's a good thing. It's not as good as Poplar, that's the good thing. Because it is basically, it's a free special summon, but that's about it, right? The other effects are okay. I'm sure sometimes these will come in handy, but it's not as broken as Poplar. But you would have to look into, basically what this does is, when you have 2 level 4s, for example, you can make an Xyz that requires 3 level 4s, a water, which I'm not sure how many there are that actually are good, right? Like, is there a rank 4 fish or water Xyz that requires 3 monsters that would be really good if you could make it with 2? Then maybe this would be worth it. But yeah, the third effect isn't great. Shark Drake, well, I mean, but isn't Shark Drake, like, Shark Drake needs 3, right? But is Shark Drake good even if you make it with 2 monsters? I'm still not sure, because you have to, like, consider the other options, right? Because you could be making a Bahamut Shark instead, which it's very hard to beat Bahamut Shark. Keep reading, dude. I'll keep reading. Don't worry. Can I discuss this card before moving on? Like, I'll keep reading. Okay, calm down. Armored Shark, level 3, 500, 2000. This card is always treated as an armored Xyz card. Oh, that's important for the I think for those armored Xyz engine, basically. You can only use the first and second effect each once per turn. You can send 1 water Xyz from your extra deck to the graveyard, then target a fish in your grave with a level equal to that's rank, special summon it. Okay. Beery, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. During your opponent's turn, if this card is in your grave, quick effect, you can target a water Xyz you control, equip this card to it as an equip spell that gives it 500 attack. This seems alright. Nothing crazy. It can revive level 2 fishes by sending Toad, which also allows you to add back a water monster from the grave. That is the funniest interaction that I can think of. However, the decks that would play this card typically don't have a lot of level 2 fishes, I think. But yeah, it's alright only. Okay, we have number C32, Shark Drake Leviathan, 4 level 5 monsters. You can also Xyz summon this card by discarding 1 spell and using a rank 4 Shark Drake Xyz monster you control. Okay, so that would be a reason to make Shark Drake with 2 level 4s. Once per turn, quick effect, you can detach 1 material from this card, then target an effect monster your opponent controls, negate its effects, and if you do, changes attack defense to 0. This card can make a second attack during each battle phase. If this card attacks a defense position monster, inflict battle damage. This card is not good enough. You're never going to make it with 4 level 5s, obviously. But even if you go through all the motions of making a Shark Drake rank 4 and then discarding a card from your hand to summon this, the payoff, you get an impermanence, essentially. You get an impermanence, and that's not great. Soft once per turn, though. Dude, soft once per turn doesn't matter when basically the deal you're being offered here is not good. It's not a good deal to discard a spell, to make a Shark Drake, and then discard a spell to get a impermanence on legs. That's not a good deal. So the fact that you can take that bad deal multiple times is not a selling point. It's not a good selling point for the thing that you can take the bad deal multiple times, you know? You can discard a brick spell though. Yeah, okay, I could also play a deck that doesn't have brick spells. Like it's not an argument. All of the arguments you're making are non-arguments. They're not very good arguments to play a card. Like, hey, You can play a deck with bad spells to take a bad deal, but it allows you to discard your bad spells in order to summon a mediocre boss monster, and you can even do it multiple times. Huh? Not good. Levertue Dragon, or Levertue, I don't know, Levertue Dragon, 2 level 3 monsters. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. If this card is special summoned, you can add Virtue Stream from your deck to your hand. You can activate one of these effects, detach an Xyz from your monster, add a fish, sea serpent, or aqua from your graveyard to your hand, or target 2 Xyz monsters on the field, detach one material from them, and attach it to the other. Okay. It'd be funny if you could use both effects in the same turn, but because you can only use one, like, because you could, even that, it wouldn't even be good. If you summoned this with Bahamut Shark, it wouldn't have material, so you can use the effect to attach a material from the Bahamut Shark to it, but then you can't even. Let me read that spell card. Is that here? Virtue Stream? Here. Let me read that one real quick. I know I skipped a couple ones, but let me read this one first. You can only use the first and second effect once per turn. Target a fish, sea serpent, or aqua you control, and 2 cards your opponent controls. Destroy them. Oh, that's a trap. It's not even a spell. Okay, so it's a searchable. It's basically Sword Soul Blackout, which is searchable with that, which is okay, I guess. You can banish this card from your grave, then target a face-up monster on the field. Apply this effect based on its attribute. Water. The next time it be destroyed, it is not destroyed. Non-water. Its attribute becomes water. So basically, what you can do, but because this card searches that trap card for free, you can basically turn Bahamut Shark into a search blackout, which is something. It makes sense that they print these cards in the OCG, where I guess Totally Awesome. Totally Awesome is banned in Master Duel and the OCG, right? I think in those cases, I think it's reasonable, right? For us in the TCG, as long as we have Toad, I don't think you would ever do that with Bahamut Shark over summoning Toad. Like, you would always rather go for Toad. But this is not a terrible interaction, right? Like, being able to go Bahamut Shark into summon this into search a blackout, then you can keep using, yeah, it's fine, but not great. Surface Aqua Jet, normal spell card. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. First effect, special summon a level 4 or lower fish, sea serpent, or aqua from hand or grave, and if you do, can't summon from the extra deck while you control it except Xyz. If your opponent controls an attack position monster, you can banish this card from the grave and boost one of your fishes by 1,000. Why are they making this card so bad on purpose? Like, literally the first effect is like, okay, summon a level 4 or lower from hand or grave. That's not even good. It's fine. Why does that have to lock me into Xyz? And then like this, I was hoping for a good secondary effect, but the secondary effect is 1,000 boost. That's not great. Anime reference, okay, I guess, fair enough, but the card is just not really usable. Reincarnate Unveil Male. Equip spell. This card is treated as an armored Xyz card. You can only activate 1 card with this card's name per turn. An Xyz monster equipped with this card gains these effects. Cannot be destroyed by battle. Once per turn, if this card battled this turn, quick effect, you can return an equip card equipped to it to hand, then immediately Xyz summon a water monster. Okay, that could help you in some OTK stuff. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can activate this effect, equip it from the graveyard to an Xyz you control during the end phase of this turn. Man, these cards are not good. Man, are these cards bad. Okay. Xyz Poseidon Splash. Normal trap. You can only use the first or second effect per turn, not both, but only once that turn. If you control an Xyz that had an Xyz monster as material, declare an attribute among monsters on the field. Destroy all monsters on the field with that attribute that are not equipped with an equip spell. Okay, that's solid. That's basically a board wipe. That's a decent trap. You know, Just like call whatever attribute that your opponent has the most monsters off, destroy all of them because your opponent's monsters are not going to be equipped. You can banish this card from your grave and detach an Xyz from your grave from a material from a monster you have. Special summon a fish, sea serpent, or aqua from your grave to either field. Okay, that's neat. I like that card. It's a trap card, so it's not that good. But it's all right. Like it's a solid board wipe with a graveyard effect for follow-up. I'm not sure if this is searchable in the Armored Xyz strategy because it has XYZ in the name. It might be. I don't quite recall all of the Armored Xyz cards. Oh, it's not searchable. Okay, that makes it a lot worse. Not practically. Okay, that makes it a lot worse. Dude, I'm disappointed. I hate to say it, but you guys came into this chat this morning and were very hype. You seemed very hype about these cards. And unironically, I think most of these are bad / average, maybe okay. The only good card here is the first one. Like, I read the first one and I was like, okay, that's crazy. Everything else was average or bad. Yeah. I love the art. See, on the one hand, I agree the art is cool. On the other hand, the shark artworks seem super replaceable. Like, if you showed me this artwork today, I could not tell you if this was a card from 10 years ago or a new card. Like, if this shows, like, literally, if whenever a shark shows up in Card Guesser, I have to skip it because I can't tell them apart. Because it's like all of them kind of look samey. And this honestly gives me the same vibes. Like, yes, they are on theme because they all look the same. Like, I don't know. So on the one hand, yes, I don't hate the artworks on it, but on the other hand, it's like the shark artworks are all kind of samey. I don't know, very repetitive. But yeah, I mean, the thing is that, like, the shark deck already is like a playable rogue deck. It's not great, but it's like fine. I think it topped, what was it, YCS Sydney recently? Semi-recently. It's been a while ago. But the shark deck is already like kind of okay. And I mean, this card alone is a huge boost to any deck that is playing shark cards. So that's gonna help regardless. The other stuff could have been better, but okay, it is what it is. It's not. It's also, there might be more, right? I mean, if and this is only an if because I don't know if that's confirmed or not. But if they want to do the same thing with water cards that they did with fire cards, right? Maybe there is more to come that's gonna support aqua, sea serpent, fish, like they did with pyro, right? Maybe we have an exciting year ahead of ourselves for water enjoyers. I don't know, but yeah, this is only the first stuff, and this one card already makes it pretty exciting for shark players, even if the rest isn't that good. Well, okay, and that's it on the new cards. That's all we have so far for Rage of the Abyss. I guess let me know what you think of this, but I was expecting more after I saw the first card, essentially, right? I hope they do it with every attribute, what they did with fire. I was really tired of the eternal light versus dark. It's on the one hand, I agree. I think specifically fire, water, and wind deserve some more love in terms of getting some more archetypes and maybe even some more meta relevant like staple cards. At the same time, I can't help but think they overdid it with fire, you know? Actually, I mean, they didn't overdo it with fire. Like, for example, I think Bonfire is a completely fine card. I just think they overdid it with specifically Snake Eyes, right? They overtuned one archetype because think if Snake Eyes didn't exist, how many different decks could just make good use of Bonfire and Promethean Princess, like older fire decks, like even the Fire King support was really well made, right? Like you could be playing decks like Fire King and Salamangreat and all that right now. Volcanics was really well made too. It's just the fact that they overtuned this one archetype kind of overshadows all of the rest, right? Because people are playing Volcanics, people are playing Salamangreat, people are playing Rescue Ace, people are playing Fire Kings, but it's all overshadowed by the dominance of Snake Eyes, right? And it really goes to show how in card design, you have to be extra careful, because no matter how many good or well-designed cards you release, if you overtune one archetype, it's gonna overshadow all of the other cool stuff you did, because it's just gonna get like, by nature, if one thing is too powerful, it's gonna push everything else aside, right? Like, because who's played? I couldn't even tell you right now if we have already gotten the Infernoid support. Have we? I don't even know, because like it may as well have been released like 2 months ago and no one would have batted an eye on it. I don't think we have it. I think it comes out soon, but like, yeah, like since Salamangreat has received support, I haven't played against Salamangreat a single time. I haven't played against Volcanic a single time. I haven't played against Rescue Ace in a long time. So it's like, yeah. Doesn't the rank 3 detach from all XCs, including your opponents? Yes, but that's not a big upside. Like, that's not very relevant. Have you seen Road of the King's latest OCG meta breakdown? It's interesting. I have not, I think. Let me check when it came out. Oh, it's from today. Okay, yeah, we can check it out. Hold up. I'm interested in that. I didn't know it came out. Oh. Ooh, okay. I'm seeing some stuff. It isn't that interesting. I mean, okay, it's interesting from some standpoints what I'm seeing here. So first thing that I find interesting, or I guess what you mean is like, okay, what's not interesting is that it's kind of the same decks as we would expect. Like we were expecting Fire King, Snake Eye, Yubel, Tenpai. What I didn't expect was the order that they would come in. Like Tenpai Dragon almost double the number of Fire King or Snake Eye. Like literally this report has Tenpai Dragon as it's like as popular in topping decks than Snake Eye and Snake Eye Fire King combined, right? Does this include YCS? Does this include the YCS? Maybe that's why. It'd be weird if they included the YCS, because that was best of one. Does not include the YCS. Okay, nice. Okay, nice. I'm always scared of the day that Gigantic sub renews. I'm not gonna lie. I am dreading the day. Thank you for the 23. Also, Tenpai Advocate, thank you for the gift sub. This entire Tenpai thing, this entire Tenpai situation almost makes me want to drop a Jesse Cotton Mystic Mine copy pasta, because I find it so hard to believe that in the OCG, Tenpai is that successful and people just fail to prepare for it. With all due respect, am I right? Like, why do they let them keep getting away with it? How can they keep getting away with it? I don't get it. The deck does get a lot better with the new cards. Yes, it's true. That's like the I guess let's call them the yellow one is pretty strong. They even play the little Pokey Draco retrain. Yeah. Dude, what is Curry Photon doing here? What does Curry Photon even do? That is Curry Photon. Yeah, it's Curry Photon. Hold on. Curry Photon. Quick effect. You can send this card from your hand to the graveyard and pay 2,000 life points. You take no damage this turn. If this card is in your graveyard, you can send a Photon monster from your hand to the graveyard, except Curry Photon. Add this card from your graveyard to your hand. You can only use this effect of Curry Photon once per turn. So this is a threatening roar. This is a threatening roar that you can't red reboot, I guess. Is the idea. Kind of get it. But this is the thing, like this is what I'm not this is what I don't understand. Whenever I see meta decks from the OCG that are not Tenpai, right? Like specifically the Snake Eye decks, most of the time, the only thing that people are really doing for Tenpai is they put one Fucho or one Lyrilusk Nightingale into their side deck. How is that? Like, it blows my mind how that is the maximum that you're willing to commit to a deck that's literally putting up these numbers. It's I can't, like, I don't understand. Like, how are you shipping this deck list and you're like, yep, that's sufficient? Because let me tell you why it's not sufficient. Because in order to make Fucho, you have to be able to play the game with your Snake Eye deck. You have to resolve Snake Eye Ash, basically, or resolve Bonfire to get to a rank 1 Xyz. And it's not only that, it's not like Fucho wins you the game on its own, because you also have to be able to play the game next turn, right? And let me tell you something about Tenpai. This deck plays like 15 hand traps. Like, you're not guaranteed to get to the Fucho. You're not like, it's not guaranteed. You also need follow-up. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it's not even enough to make Fucho. If you get to make Fucho because they don't hand trap your Snake Eye Ash or Bonfire, you have to like set up for next turn somehow through their more hand traps. And also because you're making Fucho, which is not really much of an end board, you're not even like stopping them from doing anything. So they can like still set up, like, they can make their whatever they play. Well, what is it they play? They play like Seals. They can Ruddy Rose your graveyard. Like, they can they're free to go. They played the Spatter here. I don't know if they set that up, like, whatever, right? But whatever they do, it's like, it's going to be Seals, Ruddy Rose, Black Rose Moonlight, potentially tagging out into something. Like, you know, it's like, this is not enough, dude. This is just not enough to beat Tenpai. And like, it's been weeks now that Tenpai is not the most represented deck, but always like 10 to 15%, right? And literally, they haven't changed their approach in their side deck at all. It's like, I'm just gonna side a Fucho and call it a day. And then then people act surprised that Tenpai shoots up to over 20%. It's like, it's ignorant. It's legit ignorant. Maybe Tenpai is just better than you thought. I think Tenpai is a strong deck. The fact that I don't like Tenpai does not mean I think it's weak. But it still is much more manageable if you are willing to commit to it in deck building. Like, I'm scared of Tenpai as well, because even if you put stuff for it in your deck, you're not guaranteed to draw it. Like, right, if they let me go first after siding and I don't draw my Threatening Roar, D-Barrier, Simul, Archfiends, whatever I do to prepare for Tenpai, if I don't draw it, it's not going to be enough, right? And even if I do draw my my D-Barrier or whatever it is, right? If they stop me from playing with hand traps, I might not, I might have to stop them for multiple turns, basically, right? And it might not work out. It's a strong deck, right? Like, but ignorance here is a big factor. It's a very, very big factor that this is what people are doing. And this is what people have been doing for weeks. Like, if I go back to the last metagame report, right? Tenpai was not the most represented deck here. It was Fire King and Snake Eye were putting up almost the same numbers. But look at this. Right? It's a Nightingale, and I guess you can put in anti-spell. Sure. Anti-spell is also good when they make you start. Fine. But it's like, it's so little. it's so little. This one has Thrust and D-Barrier, which is okay. And Lyrlust Nightingale and Ghost Ogre. This one's alright. This one's alright. But it's like, most of the time, when I'm seeing these lists, it's like, most of these cards are not even dedicated for Tenpai. They're not even dedicated for Tenpai. They're only like literally doing one rank 1 Xyz and then they think it's enough. They're not even willing to main deck it, right? For the chance that you lose the dice roll and your opponent makes you go first so you know it's Tenpai. They're not even willing to put this card into their main deck when Tenpai is literally in this one the second most represented deck. It's legit. This is nothing but ignorant. But Tenpai is far from dominating the first spot. What is this then? What is this then? This is the result of ignorance, literally. Nothing else. So, long story short, Tenpai is a good deck. It is a good deck, just like Fluon de Rees, for example, was a good deck for a long time. And it gets even better with the introduction of Infinite Forbidden and some more support cards, like the new main deck monster and the new Stratos and all that kind of stuff. It's a good deck. But it's much more manageable if you actually are willing to prepare for the decks that are in the format. What is that Karibo card? This is like discard it, pay 2,000. You don't take battle damage this turn. I think they only play it because Red Reboot is legal. So it's a threatening roar that can't be Red Rebooted, basically. That's why they're playing it, I think. I think that's the only reason. I don't see a reason to play that if Red Reboot isn't in the game. What are the best cards against Tenpai in your opinion? I really like Simul Archfiends. So I think I like two kinds of cards for Tenpai. I like D-Barrier and Simul Archfiends. However, between the two, I kind of, if you're only talking the Tenpai matchup, I like Simul Archfiends a little bit more. Obviously, Dimensional Barrier has the advantage that you can side it into a bunch of matchups as well. Like you can side it into Pearly, into Branded, into all kinds of stuff, right? Chimera decks, whatever, right? The problem with D-Barrier is that, and the thing is, I have to figure out how big of a problem that really is, but most of the Tenpai decks are playing ways to put on 8,000 damage through Dimensional Barrier. Obviously, whenever they try to do that, that usually loses to 1 or 2 interruptions. But the problem is, with the way that Tenpai decks are being played, right, with this many hand traps, it's not guaranteed that you can put up interruptions, right? So sometimes, like this one, Doolittle Chimera is a link 2 that boosts every fire monster by 500 attack, and that sometimes lets you OTK through D-Barrier. That technically could also work through Simul Archfiends, though. But like, some people have been doing Promethean Princess and Zelantis stuff to beat D-Barrier, and that sort of stuff does not work against Simul Archfiends, for example, right? Don't you wait for the battle phase to use D-Barrier? Well, I mean, you do if you don't get Feather Dustered or Lightning Stormed, which is a card that most Tenpai decks play. That's the thing. You can't rely on... It's not as simple. Like, it's not as simple as just, oh, well, I'm going to use this card in the perfect spot because surely my opponent is not going to have a way to force my card, right? Like, in the TCG, most of the people literally main deck Storm and Duster. So, just keeping it to the battle phase is not sufficient. It's not a sufficient plan. So, funnily enough, even though these cards are lingering floodgates, right? They are they still require you to pair them up with other interruptions. Like you don't feel safe with a D-Barrier unless you can play the game or have another card against the matchup. And the same can be true for Simul Archfiends if they play Doodle Chimera, right? And so one approach is to just floodgate them, right? And I guess the only card that actually completely keeps you safe would be Threatening Roar, right? Threatening Roar, in theory, just makes it so you cannot die if you Threatening Roar. The problem with Threatening Roar, I suppose, is the same as with D-Barrier or Simul Archfiends, is that if you get hand trapped by Tenpai Dragon, if you're not able to play the game yourself, it doesn't matter that you survive a turn, basically, right? Because they still make like seals or whatever, right? And if you can't play through their hand traps, then skipping a turn doesn't really matter, right? And to play around that, I think the best solution for that is to not try to floodgate them for a turn, right? Because in a scenario where you get hand trapped a lot and you can't play the game yourself for 1 or 2 turns, skipping one of their turns is not the best way to do it, right? You can still play those cards; they're still fine. But another way to do it would be to actually play, to make sure that you actually get rid of the stuff that they're doing, right? Like cards like, I'm referring to cards like Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit to actually get rid of the field spell. I'm referring to cards like Cosmic Cyclone to get rid of the field spell. Like actually interacting with the stuff that they're doing in order to make sure that if they stop you from playing, because Tenpai is a deck with very few engine cards as well, right? Especially before they get the new yellow dragon and the little Stratos guy. The Tenpai deck literally has like 15 engine cards, right? So if you Cosmic Cyclone their field spell, there's a very high chance they might not be able to pull it off, right? And so I think that is another approach that you can take, right? That because even though cards like Impermanence, Nibiru, and Veiler, which are the most common non-engine cards at the moment, are not great against Tenpai, cards like Ghost Ogre, Ash, Cosmic, DD Crow, those kind of cards are completely fine against Tenpai, right? They actually give you a fair shot of preventing a certain amount of stuff that they can do. And you could very well rely on drawing some of those cards rather than trying to floodgate them out of the game, right? Thoughts on VODs versus Tenpai? VODs is good against Tenpai. The question is if you want to play VODs in general over something like Ghost Ogre, but VODs is solid against Tenpai. But yeah. I don't think there's anything else to really talk about here. I mean, Memento, I wonder if they include a Memento list. That'd be interesting to see. Yubel is still going strong in this format. I expect Yubel to be showing up in the TCG as well as soon as we get this fusion monster. I mean, I've said this a couple times now already. I don't want to repeat myself too much, but Yubel is already putting up some results in the TCG, but I think as soon as we get the fusion, it's going to be a real top tier contender. I don't like it that much at the moment, but I think it's going to get a lot better when we get the fusion. It is playing the Fiendsmith engine as well. I don't know how vital that is. I don't know if the deck could function without that, but it probably could. But oh, they don't have the Memento included. That's unfortunate. What is this spell card? What is this spell card they're using in the side deck here? I don't recognize this one. Blue Angel Tears. Oh, I remember. What was that again? Blue Angel of Tears. Angel of Blue Tears. Target a face-up monster on the field. Its controller's opponent takes damage equal to the number of cards in their hand times 200, then negate that target's effect until the end of this turn. If effect damage is inflicted, you can banish this card from your grave, set a normal trap directly from your hand or deck. If set from the hand, it can be activated this turn. You can only use one Angel of Blue Tears per turn. What's the point of that? You Beatrice, send it. But then how is effect damage inflicted? If you send it with Beatrice? The play is explained above. Okay. Angel of Blue Tears in the side deck is used with Beatrice as a way to access powerful normal traps. Beatrice effect can be activated by detaching Fiendsmith Lacrimosa as Xyz material to send Angel of Blue Tears. Then Lacrimosa was sent to... Oh, it they did detach a material that does damage. Okay, okay. Shuffling one other Light Fiend from graveyard into extra deck, inflict 1200 damage. Then, okay, I see. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty powerful. I could see people doing that. As cringe as it is, I could see people doing that. Memento list here. Memento list here. Okay, they play the new fusion monster. Yeah, they definitely do play the new fusion monster. Okay. 3 of the fusions, 3 horse, 1 combined, 3 dark blade, 3 witch, 1 of the little Karibo guy, 1 key, 1 goblin. This is also new, isn't it? This little guy. I haven't seen this one before. So it's like this and this is new. Is this, what is this? Is this Bone Party? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I want to try out Memento. Like I said, I wanted to bring Memento to locals today potentially, but I don't have all of the cards. I noticed this morning, unfortunately. I ordered some of them, but I missed some of them as well. So especially, I don't think I have the Herald link, which is unfortunate because every single list for Memento that I've seen uses that card. So okay. Yeah, honestly, this is it's an interesting metagame report because like it literally the Tenpai discussion I find interesting. I find even though Tenpai as a deck I don't find that interesting, the dynamics it introduces into the game I find very worth talking about. And the literally I think this is it's showcasing I don't know. I think it's not very good deck building to ignore Tenpai to this extent. And I think this is the main reason why this deck is jumping from like 10% in usage in recent metagame reports to 21. Memento in Master Duel is like how it is in the TCG. Yeah, I wanted to try that at some point as well. Today I want to play the event, but we can try a Memento in Master Duel as well. Yeah. They might plan for it more for the next one. I mean, yeah, it's literally it's a very comparable situation. It's funny how these things repeat themselves in Yu-Gi-Oh, and people keep making the wrong calls over and over and over again. Like with it was the same thing with Mystic Mind for literally like 2 years in a row. It was the same with Mystic Mind because people would play Mystic Mind, people would put outs to Mystic Mind in their deck, people would stop playing Mystic Mind, people would remove outs to Mystic Mind from their deck, and so on and so forth. And it's like Tenpai Dragon, I feel like at the moment, both in the TCG and in the OCG, is popular enough that it warrants slots in your side deck. You don't have to put cards in your side deck that are only good against Tenpai, like Threatening Roar, right? But you definitely need a certain number of cards in your side deck, probably more than just 3 or whatever, right? And more than a single rank 1 Xyz, please, in your Snake Eye decks, right? You need a certain number of cards for Tenpai, and you need a good game plan for that matchup. It's popular enough to warrant that. 100%. What do you do if you hard open Gatic? If I hard open Gatic, my first step is to read Gatic, because at the moment I have no idea what it does, and I'm not a Memento expert, so don't ask me questions like that. I'll just read it and see what it does, is my answer. Yeah. It's a brick. I mean, I figured from the question, that it was not ideal to draw the thing, but I don't know how to deal with that. I'd have to check the deck out for that, which I will do. I will be taking a look at Memento at some point, either by playing it at locals or by bringing it to playing some Master Duel with it. But I haven't done that yet. Okay. Moving on to another topic that I really wanted to talk about today. We have seen the Rarity Collection 2 reveals yesterday. The influencer openings have happened. I believe we know everything that is in the set. I would be surprised if there was a card that none of the influencers had pulled, because obviously all of the cards are in the set in multiple rarities, and it felt like, you know, everyone like pulled all of the cards, right? And so I wanted to take a look at the cards because it was a lot of information yesterday all at once. It's really hard to follow when like cards are being pulled left and right. And we have a list here of all the cards that are in Rarity Collection 2. And I wanna talk about it a little bit and also make an opinion for myself on whether I think this is a good set or not. The way it works is basically the same, not quite the same as Rarity Collection 1, but basically the same. Every single card is available in every single rarity. It's super rare, ultra rare, secret rare, the new ultimate rare, the special collector's rare, quarter century secret rare, and platinum secret rare, which the platinum secrets look different than from the first Rarity Collection. I don't have a picture right now, but the platinum secrets from the first Rarity Collection, I didn't like them very much because they looked just like secrets, but a little bit different. This one, they actually look a lot better. Like I said, I don't have an image right now, but they look a lot better. The structure of the packs is slightly different. I think the individual packs are more expensive now, slightly. I don't know exactly, but you also get more cards. I think it's like the first one had 5 cards per pack. This one has, how many is it? 8, 10? I don't know. It's more cards per pack. And they increased the price per pack slightly. 9 cards per pack. Okay. And these are the cards that are in it. Once again, every single card is in here in every single rarity. And I want to say, right, like before we even talk about this, I've been seeing a lot of people complain about the set and saying like, oh, it's bad, it's worse than Rarity Collection 1 and all that kind of stuff. I personally think, also, just looking at this, we're going to talk about it in more detail, but I personally think the set is very good. And in general, the concept of Rarity Collections is phenomenal for the game, right? Even if there are a couple reprints in here that people were hoping for that are not in it, like Trident Dragon, for example, right? Or some people were even hoping that SP Little Knight was going to be in it, which I mean, I never thought that was going to happen, right? There are reprints in here that are missing. That does not make it a bad product. Even if it is, in your opinion, slightly worse than Rarity Collection 1, does not make it a bad product. It's still a really good product. And I think it is much better and also much healthier to focus on the positives, because we are getting an insane amount of good reprints here, rather than focusing on the negatives of like getting missing 1 or 2 certain reprints, right? You shill? What do you mean you shill? I'm getting nothing for this. I'm not paid to tell you any of this. I'm giving you my honest opinion. Shut up. Literally, listen to what I'm saying. If you disagree, that's fine. Don't call me a shill. The hell are you on about? How is this a bad set? It literally, it has a, okay, there's 2 things that I like about Rarity Collection. 2 things. First of all, it gives us reprints of cards that were previously expensive. Including Guardian Chimera. I think Dragoon was expensive. Garura was not cheap. Crystal Wing was not cheap. The Appaloosa is a good reprint. Axis Kotakra is a good reprint. Charge of the Light Brigade was, even as a common, was like $5. Magician Souls was expensive. Xyz Encore was expensive. The Unchained thingy was also not cheap. All of the planets, Reichphobia, I guess, wasn't expensive, but Calarium, Wraithsoth, and Perlorino are very good reprints. Ultimate Slayer was probably not cheap. I don't know the exact price of it, but it probably wasn't cheap. Pearly, Ultra Rares are good reprints, with my friend Pretty Memory and the OG Pearly in here. It's literally, this set is still packed with good reprints. Like, if a side set releases with even a portion of the amount of good reprints that are in here, people are super happy about it. Like, name a side set that brings like 10 or 15 reprints of cards that were previously expensive. That doesn't happen, right? That doesn't normally happen. The concept of Rarity Collection is still insane. And that's not the only thing that this does, right? That's not the only thing that it does. It also reprints a bunch of cards in super nice rarities, which is something that some people care about and some people don't. That's fine. If you are happy playing a common version of a card or whatever, that's completely reasonable, right? But a lot of these cards are very, very often played staples that are now accessible to be played in fancy rarities in every single for every single player, right? Like cards like DD Crow, which previously had high rare printings, ultimate rare and starlight rare, that were 200 or 300 bucks or whatever. That's just an estimate. I don't actually know, right? But no, there was no other nice fancy version of DD Crow beforehand, right? Droll and Lockbird had an ultimate rare that, and I think maybe also a collector's rare, super expensive. Now you can choose, do I want quarter? Do I want collectors? Do I want the platinum secret? Whichever one you like, you can play for Droll and Lockbird, the regular and the alt art. Skullmeister didn't even have a nice print outside of the original secret rare, right? You get Ghost Ogre alt art in all of the rarities. You get Phantasme alt art in all of the rarities. You get Magician Souls in all the rarities. Ghost Mourner, Aluber had an ulti print, which was expensive, but if you want to get a nice Aluber now, you can, right? Skullmeisters had a collector's. Oh, I didn't even know that, but it's like, that's probably also expensive, right? Soravis, Illusion of Chaos, Masquerade, Guardian Chimera, Garura, Trishula, all the Synchros have nice prints now. Dweller finally has fancy printings outside of that OTS ulti, right? Like it's such a good concept. Like it blows my mind how what kind of negative outlook on things you have to call this a bad set. I don't understand. I don't understand. Yes, it's missing reprints. It does. It doesn't have everything that you asked for. Sure. But how is releasing like a bunch of cards in a cheaper version than before and then a bunch of cool staples in multiple different rarities a bad thing? I don't get it. I genuinely don't get how you have such a negative outlook on things. I don't understand. I feel bad, honestly. I feel bad for people that look at this and are mad. That must be a miserable way to go through life. And I don't mean that in an insulting way. People were expecting too much. I mean, I guess I was hoping for Trident Dragon as well. I'm disappointed that Trident Dragon isn't in here. I'm disappointed that other stuff isn't in here, right? But I'm still taking the product for what it is. I'm looking at what's in there, and there are a lot of products to complain about, and I do that when it happens, right? I complained about products in the past. I have when there's a product that comes out that I don't like, I'll say it, right? I told you the rarity distribution in some of the recent sets were complete ass, and I don't like that. And I didn't like this or that set for that reason, right? But I'm looking at this set, and there's just nothing bad about it, right? It's just great. I don't know. I don't get it. I really don't. This set does nothing to help us play the game. Making cards is pretty is nice, but we want to play the game for less than $1,000. Okay, so play Pearly now for less than $50. What about that? Play Pearly for less than 50. Play any of the fusion decks that were expensive because Guardian Chimera and Garura were expensive. Play those. I don't get it. How are you literally making an argument that is so obviously not an argument? Yes, Snake Eyes is still expensive. And I have made my I've made my statements about the rarity distribution on Snake Eyes. I've said my stuff about that, right? But Snake Eyes being expensive does not make this a bad product. Like, how is that a thing in your head? I don't get it. Like, Branded does not have any expensive card anymore with Guardian Chimera out. I guess like Albion, right? Like, you literally once again, I just want to say, like, you guys are way too focused on the negatives at all times. Quem, how much is Quem? You need like one Quem. Quem is 40? Yeah, okay, that's my fault. That's my bad. That's not because of Branded, though. That's because of the Bestial Runic incident. And Thrust? Dude, Thrust already had a reprint. Yeah, Thrust would have been nice. I'm not... Look, the thing is that there's two ways to phrase things, right? It's one thing to say, hey, it would have been nice if this card was in here, right? I get that. That's a completely reasonable thing to say, right? But naming every single expensive card in Yu-Gi-Oh right now, and complaining that it's not in here is not very productive, right? You guys are... I don't know why you guys are expecting that. I don't get it. I genuinely don't. Yes, it would have been nice if this or that card was in here, but they're not. That doesn't mean you have to hate on it and call it trash. I don't get it. And this is honestly this sort of outlook on things is honestly why I didn't even want to talk about this set in the first place, because I knew that if I said what I think about this set, people are just gonna be blinded by the hate that they can't get a Chaos Angel for 2 cents or a Trident Dragon for 2 cents, and they're just gonna hate on everything. That's whatever. I still wanted to say what I thought. I think this is an amazing set. I personally am looking forward to getting so many of these cards. I'm giga hyped for it. I think it's sad that this is the way that people choose to look at things. But I guess it is what it is. Yeah. I like it. I'm gonna get a bunch of cards out of it. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to getting collector's res of some of the cards. I might even get the platinum secrets for some of them, because the new ones look really, really nice. But yeah, I mean, I'm probably not gonna change anyone's mind. I'm probably not gonna change anyone's mind that chooses to go through life with such a negative attitude, but that's okay. I choose to not do that. I don't even think... That's the thing. I don't even think people are trolling. I think people are genuinely upset. Some people are genuinely upset about this. The fact that I don't understand it doesn't mean that, you know, I think that they're trolling. I think it's just yeah, I still wanted to say my opinion about it. The only thing I don't like is the RRP. What is RRP? The price? Recommended retail price. Okay, so what is it for a pack? $10 a pack is crazy. Is it crazy? Because you're getting... How much was Rarity Collection 1? Because you got 7, 6, but that's the same deal. This is like 3 euros more. Yeah, but you get more cards, dude. It was 5 cards and now it's 9. I'll get it. Anyways. It comes out to an increase, if I remember correctly. I mean, the thing is, The reality of things is that Rarity Collection 1 was so good and so successful that they probably thought they could get away, like that product was so good we can make it a little bit more expensive, which in all honesty is probably fair enough. I think Rarity Collection 1 was always going to be a success even if it was more expensive. I don't know. It's double the cards and double the chances to pull, but on a limited budget you are forking out over more money. Yes, you get more cards, but if you want more cards you can just buy more packs instead of making it more expensive as a base. I agree. It's not a positive change. It's not a positive change. It's not what I'm saying. It's just because some aspects of it got worse does not immediately make it bad. You know, you can make things worse and they still remain good. Like, yes, it's not as good as Rarity Collection 1. I would agree to that. I agree. It's not as good as Rarity Collection 1. But I would argue it doesn't have to be in order to still be a good product. Like I would gladly take that deal if they keep using this concept like once a year or something, and they make a product like this that has like not all of the reprints we need, but a bunch of them, right? And gives us some rarity upgrades. Like if that happens like on a regular basis, I'm gonna be happy with it. But I think I'll move on. I don't even know if this was a good idea to talk about it because chat is weird today. I did not enjoy this discussion. Let's move on. Let's move on to something more positive. Let's just play some Master Duel, shall we? Let's just agree to disagree on some stuff. I like the set. If you don't like it, that's fine. The average card quality is way better in Rarity Collection 2, but the best stuff ain't as good. That's probably true. There's not a huge banger in it. Anyways, what do we play for this event? Ooh, what is this? That's neat. All right, let's build a deck. Oh wait, no, let's not do loners. All right, so every card is limited. Is there still a ban list? Is there still stuff that's banned in addition to the regular one, or is it just no maxi? Is that the only one? That's funny. Protoss. Let me check the banned cards. Okay, some floodgates. Baguska. It's funny because it's almost like when these events happen, it's almost like they know which kind of cards are a problem and they ban them for the events, like Shifter and all that. Right? Like how does that make sense? Like how do they realize that these cards aren't fun? But then anyways. All right, what do we play? Grand Harrier, thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate that. I have a suspicion that we're not going to draw enough runics, but for the memes, I'm going to play it. Trap Trick? Trap Trick is hilarious. Play the other 3 Paleos? I mean, I'm not going to have a discard for Pikaia. Tidy. Okay, that's all the cards. That's all my cards. All right. Sharon? Oh, did I not put Sharon? I guess it's perfect. I guess we're done. Okay. Dragos Tapelia. Mud Dragon. Zeus. Atlantis. This. Downerd. Little Knight. I have to cut some stuff from the extra deck. Backjack. Oh! Laundry Trap. Yeah. Dude, maybe we take out the runics. It's a fun meme, but if we take out the runics, we have room in the extra deck for everything. And we can actually make... I never thought I would say that. Okay. That did not feel good. Rhoda. Reasoning. Yeah, but Reasoning, is this on Special Summon too? Normal or Special Summoned? I guess these are 2 fine Reasoning targets. dangerous. Play like that. Those are bad reasoning. I think reasoning is bad. But one Mothman, one Nessie's fine. You can play Garura with the Super Poly. Dude, this deck is broken. There's no way we can lose. These two might be cope. I think this is cope with in this version because we don't have enough stuff we can summon. Horus stuff? Dude, Horus with one Imseti sounds miserable. Scream? No, Scream is here. I think I have all the tier cards. Trap Tantalizing? Oh, yeah. That's good. Snow? Need more monsters for Sharon? I think it's fine. Card Destruction? We could play Card Destruction. Card Destruction. We can play Ice Dragon's Prison. And Lost Wind. Perfect. Dude, this deck is glorious. Broken. Unfortunately, we drew these two together. You're so cracked out here opening the one-of? Yeah, I know, dude. My opponent opened 5 one-ofs. Isn't that crazy? I guess I used Tune. Alright. We can't lose. Yes. Dude, the one-off happiness. Dude, we milled Elemental Burst. Now all we need is rollback. All we need is rollback. Hmm. I didn't really want that back. Well, now I have it. I thought I could take any card. Okay. We have an elemental burst. Can we properly resolve burst? I don't think we have wind. We could do it with Mud Dragon. Ah, yeah. The one of. Ah, yeah. Oh, but you can't search with this ever. It's very funny because you never have a second target. That's so bad. I shouldn't have added the elemental burst back, dude. If I mill rollback, I'm gonna be so sad. I think I'm in danger. Lightly. Ooh. You might die. There's no way I die. I have rise to full height. Dude, it's funny. It's funny because if you join my stream right now, you have no idea if I'm playing the event or not. Because this you could be seeing this exact board. It'd be super reasonable. The opponents, though, yeah, the opponents one is hard to explain. I'm just doing all the things I can do so I can eat my food and not have to right click all the time. Because I'm just gonna do rise to full height on something and then call it a day. Because I have to do it anyways before they fusion summon, right? Because they might make Absolute Dragon. I don't remember what that needs, but... Things are happening. Why are they playing Pendulum in this event? Well, I mean, I'm assuming because Pendulum is just a slob of Pendulum cards and it literally doesn't matter which ones you have in your deck. That was mean. I told you we stay winning. Not even a problem. Oh, not done yet. Okay. Sort of card destruction, that one, I guess. Did I know about that? I don't think so. Dude, is Kitkalos on a Paleo just a free summon? Because it can't get sent, but you summon first? Dude, this deck is broken. I milled rollback. If this card is destroyed by battle or a card effect, you can target a dark spellcaster in your grave, summon it. They do have one for that. Okay. I don't think it's good to use the trap tantalizing tune here. I think I probably just attack. I'm just gonna attack and keep Meta Noise and Elemental Burst for their turn. There's no way they can beat that. Is this is only on Pendulum Summon, right? Yeah, okay. IDP rollback is game. Was it game? No. Because I still only connect with one monster. No deck building today, or did I miss it? Well, first of all, you already missed the building of the best deck ever. But the locals deck we're doing at the end. Easy. Okay, I like this event. How can one deck be so based and so broken at the same time? How is it possible? What's the difference between this and normal tier? What, like, do you mean like in the limit 1 event, or in between paleo tier and tier? Basically, I'm trying to figure out if this is are you just making a joke, or are you asking a serious question? Zizo, thank you for the 5 months and the kind words. I appreciate you. Thank you. I'm gonna play paleo tier at locals at some point, but I already promised to borrow someone my my Pearl of Rhinos for today. So not today. I milled Lost Wind and Rollback, dude. Is this deck also running Fusion Deployment? I guess we could. I'm not running it at the moment, but I guess I could. Okay. Tier Cash. Mills Sharon. I can still use that. Easy clap. Sharon effect. Dude, this deck plays like nothing has changed. This plays like the event is just like regular rules, dude. Pop up. I guess we just don't set the Olenoids or the Super Poly. The problem is we can't. I don't think setting Super Poly and Dynamishes is correct. I think I just discard my Super Poly. I don't need it. Oh, the one of! Ah! Hello? Good thing I set the Olenoids. You are no match for my paleo tier technology. Oh my god, what? Wait, but you have spell traps in the grave. Nice. Ah, okay. Dude, this event is great. You can do. I like the events. I like the events where you can do some real stupid stuff, and it's gonna work because the restrictions are so weird, right? What I don't like is the ones where, like, you can just play a normal deck. Like, for example, it's like, okay, it's the fusion event now. Well, it's like, okay, I can play all the decks that use fusions, and don't like. I'm just playing normal branded decks all day, right? Like that's I like the ones where you do some stupid stuff. Dude, this hand is correct. Oh, they have a hand trap. What? Dude, I even have the solid. It's so nuts. Yeah, don't look at the Fenrir, Farfa. Just don't look at it. Sharon? Okay. What do I search? Scream. I think I'm gonna scream. Ah! Okay, actually, that I actually screamed. That's annoying. That's annoying. Ooh, Paleos. Ooh, Lost Wind. Do I make Little Knight? I think it's time to make Little Knight. Also leave these. But I have Fenrir. Nothing's gonna happen. Dude, what's wrong with people? Dude, this card. Dude, what are the odds to play in the Limit 1 festival? Go first 2 times in a row. Open Olenoids 2 times in a row. Opponent goes King Sarcophagus 2 times in a row. How? Oh, I forgot to chain. Oh my god, it's fine. That's right. That's right. Easy clap. Ooh, they opened Valor Nibiru, by the way. Can we talk about that? I could mill Havness with Backjack. But I don't have Rhino Heart and Kick Close is already on the field. I think I want this. Actually, yeah. I think this, draw that. I don't know. I don't need Havness. I'm gonna mill Havness on my turn. Rhino is banished. Oh, right, it's out one. I forgot. It's the only one. I forgot about that. Ah! Based. Dude! Valor Imperm Nib. Hello? Dude, do I even have a Paleo left? Or Opabinia? I have all of them in the grave except for Dynamishes. Okay, what is this Havness gonna do? How did it mill Beast and Shuffler? Dude, this event is so fun. You can complain about everything that happens. I love that for me. You just complain about everything because it's all it's all random. It's great. Well, I guess. Pew! Oh. Dude, what if you didn't mill exactly Shadow Beast? You wouldn't have had a card in hand. Why did you use Havness? Oh my god. Dude, they can make Kikkalos. With my Paleozoic mount, that's illegal. Wait, why did you use my Sharon? I'm tilted. They milled a Shuffler and a Shadow Beast. How? King Boohoo, thank you for the gifts up. Broken Boy TV, thank you for the 16 months. What they do? Okay. Oh, thank you for the Fenrir search in main phase 2. I appreciate that. I don't know why you did that, but sure. Thank you for shuffling back the cash tier at tier limit. That's very nice of you. Appreciate that. Dude, I love this event. King Boohoo with the gift sub to Shadal Beast. Appreciate that. This deck, I'm convinced this deck cannot draw bad hands. It can't happen. It can't. Try drawing a bad hand with this deck. I dare you. Bro, how do you play Rescue Ace in the Limit 1 Festival? That deck's already bricky as hell when everything's at 3. Well. Why not Hydrant? Isn't it usually emergency for Hydrant into... dude, why said 3? Did you draw all of those? What did they say? Contain, reinforce, alert. Did you draw Extinguish and Hydrant? That's a skill issue if I've ever seen one. Oh. Diabell Star? In this economy? Oh, man. Sending alert. Are you about to Snake Eye combo? Okay, thank God you're not Snake Eye comboing me. I was about to say. Okay, well. That is very annoying. The Silvera is kind of a bummer. I really don't want to lose my Pearl Rhino to that. But at the same time, what am I gonna do about it? Nothing. I'm not gonna do anything about it. I'll just hope they don't use it. That's crazy behavior. I want you to know how crazy that is to not use the... Okay, anyways. I'm not complaining. I'm just letting you know that that's nuts. Beep boop. Pop beep. How did I just open Pearl Rhino Heart Scream in Limit 1 Festival? Okay, so you're gonna negate Rhino Heart. Okay, but you're not gonna stop Pearl Rhino. Okay, I see. That makes sense. Oh, you're gonna Silvera Scream. Mm-hmm. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Double negate on those. All right, sick. Send Extinguish? What are you keeping Reinforce for? I'm confusion. Set 3. Pass. I think I'm going to use Nessie just to get it to the graveyard and get a Mothman out of the deck because I don't want to mill it. But I can't really do anything. Like if Nessie summons itself, I don't actually want Nessie on the field right now. I definitely don't want to lose my Fiend Comedian. I'll just set these 3 and pass, but I'm going to use Nessie just to get the Mothman out of the deck. Pass. Their graveyard has 7 cards at the moment. Well, let's either mill 7 or banish their graveyard. Dude, they ashed Fiend Comedian. It's so funny, man. How am I getting ashed in the Limit 1 festival, by the way? I wanted to know whether I was gonna hit or not. Now I'll never find out. Should I Lost Wind the Airlifter? Think so. I don't want to deal with the field spell. Okay. Wait, why is it still negated? Oh, is that continuous? I didn't know that. Okay. That's annoying. That's very bad. I did not know that. That's kind of messed up. We might lose to that Ash, not gonna lie. That might be Jover. I forgot we wouldn't get to mill. Or not forgot, I just didn't know. Well, this is technically mill 1. Okay, that was gonna be a bad draw anyways. Good thing we did that. Dude, what do I draw even? That's concerning. Seamare? I could draw Seamare. Oh, God! What can save us? I think Seamare saves us. Right? Because they're not gonna have a rescue ace face up after this Karma Cannon. So they can't use Contain. Fenrir could also do it. Fenrir or Tearlament's Cash Tira. Don't need to understand that one, but sure. Does it have a graveyard effect? Yeah, set a rescue ace spell. Maybe they just wanted to have it in the graveyard. Oh, they didn't put Silvera back into the deck before doing that. Okay. White die? What level 1 fire is there? Poplar? Snake Eye Ash? What? You had Snake Eye combo all this time? Why didn't you do it earlier? What the hell? Add Trap Track? Ooh, Trap Track should probably be here. You're right. Dude, all of that is in your deck and you didn't do it earlier? What? I'm so confused. Trap Track is an ultra. Oh, I don't have it then. Not game yet. Probably will be though. So do I know both sets? It's Contain and one other, right? Is the other one a rescue ace? I don't think I know this one. So it's Contain +1. I don't know what I can draw here. Probably nothing. Well, let's see. Ah. I love Wanted. Such a well-designed card. That's not enough because of the Contain, right? Yeah. We tried. Dude, don't dare me. Maybe I'll bring Runic Tenpai to locals at some point just to be annoying. Just to make a statement. How? I've played against 3 Horus decks so far, and they've all opened Sarcophagus or Imseti. Why? Why did you do that? Okay, well, anyways. Oh, Trivi Karma, I've seen enough. I only opened Fenrir, Imseti, Diabellstar. How am I gonna beat a Trivi Karma, dude? This game is so unfair. The amount of ashes I've seen in this event is concerning for a Limit 1 festival. It's a concerning amount. Set rollback to pop. Oh, that would have been nice. I'm just gonna mill Sharon and then do that. I could guarantee it. Yeah. Like what? Activate Sharon. Or nah, Kid on itself. I can still fuse with Sharon later. Meta noise or Solic? I think it's meta noise. Heartbeat is nice. Dude, through Ash? I like my board. That's not too bad. Dude, look at these tryhards playing Rescue a Sinful Spoil in this event. You make me sick. So I'm gonna transaction rollback elemental burst you with Mario 64 music running. Is my way to deal with it. Solemn Judgment. No, the song is over. Well, you've... Do I burst now? No, they can still search, right? I'll do it later. I mean, I can just negate that, honestly. The problem is that I have to send Rule Colos or Tier Cache away. I don't want... I'm gonna let it happen. I'm gonna let it happen. Fire was selected. Okay. Did you see the new Duel field? Is it from the event? I haven't yet, no. I haven't looked at the rewards in detail yet. Oh, it's in the shop. Okay. Oh, Hydrant. Oh, you're committing your normal summon. Okay. Let me just burst real quick. I don't have a target for Scream, but it's still funny. Like, the thing is, Havness is limited anyways. So milling Havness is technically always the same level of luck, but in this event it feels extra good. I, for one, think Goblin Biker should get Poplar. I think no one should get Poplar from here on out. I think Poplar, cards like Poplar promote very unhealthy one-card combos, and no deck should have those. That's what I think. Dude, this deck, I've thought about it long and hard. This deck cannot draw bad hands. It does not work. It's not possible. This deck drawing a bad hand is as impossible as a Horus deck not opening Imseti in this event. Uh-oh. That Lemangreat Mir was the first Poplar, so we should call it Mir, not Poplar. No, denied. I'm dude! Stop drawing all the one-ofs! Oh, you had Magnamute anyways. Okay, sick. Why did they open Magnamute plus Lubellion against my Tearlament deck? I'm confusion. Well, at least they're using the Bastiles. That's good. Royal Druid is nice. Yeah. Ooh, discounting Imperm. Okay, nice. Ibe Sinuef and... Okay, yeah, discard all the Bastiles, dude. Yeah. They drew 3 Bastiles against my Tearlament deck, dude. I'm happy I went second. Going first would not have been pleasant. Dude, zombie vampire. Please, zombie vampire. Zombie vampire. Zombie vampire. Do it. No, not the coach. Not the put me in coach. Oh my god. Except by drawing. Bro, you had a normal summon and you normal summon. Dude, what are you trying to draw with the bamboo sword, dude? You could have just normal summoned Poplar and kept Valor and Ash in hand. Why are you trying to be fancy? What is happening? There's no way this ends up being a Snake Eye combo now. That's... It's so disgusting, man. Where did that come from? Not the birch, dude. They just also didn't use Flamberge? Yeah. And once again, we lose to Ash Blossom. Sick. Oh, never mind. If I send Scream here, I can chain block the Rhino Heart, but then they can still negate the tier limit name that I send with the Apo. So I think it's just meta noise. Let them negate the Rhino Heart. Scream, normal summon Mare. But I think I have to attack over the Apo regardless. Because I can chain block the Sea Mare, but then they can negate the graveyard effect. They still have Ash too. Ooh, Backjack. Nothing good here. I'm only making this redoer to get a target for Kiklos in the graveyard, so all of this is irrelevant. Like, they shouldn't have used the Promethean on it anyways. Fine. Yeah, I knew there was rollback. That's why I did that. The question is, what do I roll back for? I unfortunately didn't get... I can roll back Meta Noise to summon a fusion. Roll back Meta Noise. Books. I think I wait. I think I do that on their turn. They add a Bestial? Yeah, at the moment they can't summon it though. Because Promethean. You know, that's bad. Dude, why is this happening to me, man? No, we meant nothing, dude. Oh, man. Okay, let me see that that duel field. That's all right. Not my favorite, but it's decent. It looks good if both players have it. That's kind of the case with a lot of them, though. But you can never rely on that, right? That's kind of the annoying part. Reminds me of Gem Knights. Yeah, that's probably what it's meant to resemble, right? Rock type decks. Is your favorite one the Cynet one? Surprisingly not. I understand that you would think that, but surprisingly that's not my favorite one. They're minerals? Dude, you sound like that dude from Breaking Bad. Literally. $60 cards in best of one. Holy, what's in your deck? Dude, my hands are always cracked. I hate the dangers though, with a burning passion. I think I'm gonna take out the dangers. I feel like I always have Scream. Yeah. Milled one paleo, that's it. No target for heartbeat. My disappointment is immeasurable. And my day is ruined. The Kikkalos is simply gonna resolve. Dude, stop doing that, man. 60 cards? One imperm, one effect veiler. I hate it here. With this stupid Mothman. Actually, Mothman kind of based. Mothman God Gamer, I take it back. Dude, they didn't draw Snake Eye combo in their 60 card limit Highlander deck. I can't believe it. Can you guys believe it? I can't. Not the one copy. I love complaining about every single one of in this event when everything is a one of. My favorite part. Why did you summon it if you're not gonna block attacks with it? Why did you do it now? Huh? Wow, oh my god! You're the stupid Mothman. It was the Mothman. I know it was the Mothman. Because they would have said that if they had it. It's the Mothman. And I only set my traps before the battle phase because of the Mothman too. Stupid ass Mothman. Oh, deployment is nice. Cracked hand. Stop ashing me every game, man. It's at 1. King Boohoo, take that sub back. Refund it. Do not give the sub to Danger Mothman. Not today. Refund it now. I don't want it. I am mad at Danger Mothman today. I'm getting my Rhino Heart. You can't stop me from getting my Rhino Heart. If I fuse with the Rhino Heart, it gets banished forever. So you mean, man? What do you mean? I'm being counter cute, dude. Counter cute and stream sniped is what's happening to me right now. So what the hell is Pot of Duality doing here? How do you Pot of Duality into a race Soth? What kind of play is that? Can you explain that technology to me, dude? What? What is going on? What's happening? Oh god. Yeah. Oh, we drew Laundry Trap for the first time. The matches, by the way, the matches in this event against all the Diabellstar decks are a perfect explanation why consistency hits are garbage. That's exactly the reason why consistency hits are garbage, because this is going to be a completely normal combo in an event where everything is limited. It's literally the best selling point for never doing consistency hits ever. They're so dumb. I'm sitting here with my goofy ass Tearlament Paleozoic deck, and I'm being full Snake Eye Rescue Ace comboed right now in a best of one, in a limit one festival. Why SP? Would you play Laundry Trap in the pure Paleo deck too? I thought about trying it. I thought about I don't have them at the moment. I ordered them yesterday because someone mentioned it on stream. Or I think I saw it in the paleo tier list that won the regional. I ordered it, but I haven't tried it yet. Theoretically, it's best to click battle phase here because from their perspective, they should just summon out SP. The problem is because evenly is limited. I don't know if they're gonna fall for it, but let's try it. Yeah, okay. Generathic, thank you for the 10 months. Appreciate that. Wait, they could just summon in battle phase? Yeah, you're right. I forgot about that too, but so did they. Yeah, they could have just let me go battle phase and then summon SP. Anyways, moving on. It worked, so it was correct. They'll probably SP my Kikkalos, which is not good. Or just hand trap it. Sick. Well, we can still go battle phase. If they want to pop my Kikkalos, I still get to mill. Right? If they want to pop my Kikkalos with the Zelantis, not that bad. Well. Linkaribo doesn't really do anything because we just attack it with the Sea Mare first. That's fine. Why does it feel like... Oh, they only pop that. Okay, that's smart. Why does it feel like I'm playing against a completely normal Snake Eye deck right now? It's because consistency hits are ass, that's why. Well, I have Rise to Full Height, so I might survive. But the problem is the SP can stop me from using that. Can I Foolish for something good here? Not really. I think making Mud Dragon is worth it. Right. Avernus into Mud Dragon, but then I have to fuse my Backjack away. I want to keep my Backjack just for the chance that it hits something. Well. Sick. This way I can save Kikolos for next turn. Because I knew they were gonna go and Kikolos SP the Kikolos, so it's gonna be gonna come back. Are we doing limit 1 or rank? Just got here. It's funny you ask, but this is the limit 1 festival. who needs co-links? I guess they wanted to bring back stuff. That's fine. Wait, which one did I rise? Didn't I rise that one? Yeah, you... Okay. They rise the one that they could attack. If anyone ever asks you why consistency hits are shit, show him this game. All right, 5 spell traps, 6 monsters, field spell. Sick. Turn 3, everything's limited. Battle phase. Stare at Morella, wondering why you can't attack it. We'll never figure it out. We'll report bug to Konami. We'll try to pop with Zelantis. fact that I'm losing is annoying. That's all I'll say. What are the set cards? I forgot. There's probably Rescue Ace stuff, right? It's probably a... There's a Rescue still. I probably should have Dynamicious the Flamberge. Maybe. Not sure. Okay, now you can't even attack the tier cache. And I get to mill. I might mill from their side of the field, unironically. I'm considering that right now. I'm trying to think if there's ever a way decking them out is my win condition. Doesn't seem very likely that that's gonna work. But I mean, I don't really have anything else to do. Crap, Tantalizing Tune can put rollback back into the deck. Well, it's gonna be bottom. Fiend Comedian. I still have Fiend Comedian, but the problem is not gonna do that much. Now I'm gonna get Barrent on top of everything. I love this. How did I not get punished for that? I earned these. I'm trying to think of something to tell you guys right now, but I have nothing. I have nothing. Let's just move on with our lives, okay? Let's move on with our lives. That game took way longer than I ever thought it could be taken, but like they managed to find a way to lose that, which is honestly impressive. Anyways, this took way longer than I anticipated, so we're kind of low on time. I still need to build my deck for locals. I'm not sure how long that's going to take. So what we're going to do is we're simply going to build the deck for locals now just to make sure it's done. And if it's faster than I expect it to be, then we go back and play some more. That sounds like a good idea. Because I don't know, this could be done in 30 minutes. Maybe it'll take an hour. I'm not sure. But let's just do it now so that I have it ready. So that I'm not late for locals. And let's just do that. And then when we have extra time after, we'll play some more. Okay, so I think we'll use this. Yeah, okay. So actually so I had a couple of options for locals today, and the unfortunate thing is I had a lot of ideas that I wanted to potentially play, and then I noticed this morning that for almost all of the decks I'm missing something, which is really annoying. Because I have most of the cores, but I'm just missing like a little thing. Like for example, I wanted to play Memento, but I'm missing some extra stuff for Memento. I wanted to play Melodious. I was thinking about playing the Melodious Chimera deck, but I saw that I don't have some of the random Chimera super rares, the fusions. I just don't have that. I was thinking about playing heroes, but I don't have Neos. I ordered the entire core for heroes, but I forgot that they play Neos now, so I don't have that. And I also wanted to maybe try, what's it called? Ascend. And I have the entire Ascend core here, but apparently that deck needs Chicken Game, and I don't have Chicken Game. So I hate playing decks that are not like ideal. I hate that. There's a chance I can go to locals and someone has it, but there's also a chance I turn up and they don't have it. So that'd be annoying. So it's fine though. It's no problem. I'll just get the cards and I'll play it another time. It's no big deal. I have other stuff I can play. Which that leaves us with two options for decks that we can build now. Which are also both quite fun. So let me get those. I already pre-sorted some of these, not all, but like some, so that it's not going to take that long on stream. The two options are we can either play Orcust, the Orcust Sky Striker one from like something similar to what Ben played at the Berlin Regional 2 weeks ago. I'd be down for that. Or we try to cook something with Lightsworn. Probably not Lightsworn Runic again, but like something Lightsworn, because I have the full Lightsworn core here. Those are my two options for today. I don't know. I think both are going to be fun. I don't think there's a right or a wrong here. I think both are okay. The only thing that the only thing is that for Orcust, I think the building process would be faster because I have a rough idea of how it would play. Lightsworn, I have no idea what I would do with Lightsworn exactly, right? I don't know. So yeah, I think what I'm gonna do, because like I said, because I know roughly what I would build my Orcust deck like, is I think we're gonna build the Orcust deck, and that's not gonna take that long. And then afterwards, we can think about some ideas for Lightsworns, okay? And if I come up with a good idea for Lightsworns, we can cook that. But if not, then I have the Orcust deck ready to go. I think that is I think that's a good plan, because building Orcust is not going to take as long. I just have to go through some of the cards and get some of the cards, because like I think the list that Ben played at the Berlin Regional was already pretty close to what I would be playing. So that's going to be fast, right? Because we're going to be playing 2, 1, 3 harp, 2 skeleton, none of that, 3 return, a babble. I think that's it for the Orcust cards, except for Girsu. I have to go and find Girsu in my box of stuff. Yeah. I know I have Girsus, I just don't know where exactly. I think they're in this box though. Shouldn't be too long. So what would be some ideas for I guess maybe we play that. What would be some ideas for Lightsworns? There's the Girsus. And I need Armageddon Knight and Greffer. I think those are with my Edison stuff. Give me a second. All right, I found those. No Dingirsu? Of course we're going to play Dingirsu, but that's in my Xyz box. Yeah, so this is that. It's going to be Sky Striker Orcust, by the way. Like the literal 2019 fashion. Okay, so for the extra deck, I'm gonna need Dingirsus. Where are the I'm gonna need two Dingirsus. And a Typhon. I have Typhon. Lular, thank you for the 27 months. Appreciate that. Typhon is here. And the rest is just links. No link ones except for Kagari. Then we have any Charmers? Dark. Dark. Barricade Borg. Ba, ba, ba. IP Masquerena. I'm not gonna main deck Crescendo, by the way. I don't think that's good enough. I think I might side it for going first. But I don't think you want the main deck that. I think you still play Unicorn. Azalea. Access code. Ben played Zero Boros, which I think sounds fun. I think the extra deck is not that interesting for this deck because it's like a lot of it is mandatory. Like I think this is already 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, this is already 14 with an IP Masquerena. That's already going to be it. Need to see where my IP Masquerena is. Oh, I know where it is. Look. Okay. So that's going to be the extra deck for Orcust. For the main deck, I already searched for the stuff. Put it somewhere here. Yeah. So it's going to be Power Spell, Sky Striker, Orcust, which sounds a lot of fun. So it's going to be engages. It's going to be probably 1/1/1. Then we're going to play like Talents and Upstart and all that kind of stuff. Armageddon is not limited anymore. Yeah, but you don't really need more than one. Like this deck already has a good amount of normal summons. I think it's just one Arma, one Grepher, and a Rhoda to choose between the two. I think that's sufficient. I don't think I want to do more than that. So, where's the... I need to go and find Upstarts. That's the wrong Rhoda. Upstart 1. Ooh, Allures are going to be there. Okay, I wasn't reading chat when I asked earlier, but what are some things I could pair Lightsworn with? That'd be cool. I low-key thought about whether it was possible to play pure Lightsworn, like just all gas. I'm not sure what the goal of that deck would be though. I'm not convinced that that's something you can do. Or I might not have enough upstarts in here because I put them in like Edison decks. I might have to go and hunt upstarts in my Edison pile real quick. Give me a second. All right, cool. So that's going to be it for the draw spells. I'm not going to play Into the Void. Ben played Into the Void. I don't want to play Into the Void. So this. I'm not sure if I'm going to play Gizmek, dude. I hated Gizmek back in the day. I still hate it to this day. I might not do it. I hate losing all my resources to Gizmek. So how many cards is that? This is 3, 6, 8, 10, 13. Maybe not this. 13, 16, 17. 20, 23, 26, 29, 30. 30. I guess Foolish should be here. Did I see a Foolish in that pile? I'm not sure where my Foolish is. Foolish. Oh, I think Foolish is in the Lightsworn we built. I still haven't like I have some cards in my box over here, but most of the stuff is super unsorted. So that sorting stream I talked about like last week, that's still gonna happen at some point. I'm just gonna do a stream where we do like a Q&A. You guys can submit questions, and we just go here, sit, talk about Yu-Gi-Oh, and I sort my stuff while we do that. Yeah, I have no idea what my Foolish is. I'll just go find it after the stream. I don't want to go look for it for like 10 minutes now. But that's Foolish. Okay, so that is going to be 31. And then we have like 9 slots for like power spells / board breakers / whatever, right? So we can play some amount of talents, we can play some amount of droplets. Do like those. I'm not sure if I'm gonna play 3 talents, but some amount of talents I'm a big fan of. Maybe 2 is fine. Ben played Chalice. Is Chalice good? Just load a spell into the graveyard, negate something real quick. Not sure if Chalice is good enough. Called by could be one. I do think Thrust is good. The problem is that going first Thrust doesn't really work. Because I don't want to play a trap for it. I guess you could though. But I wouldn't feel great main decking Thrust without a use for it going first. But in theory, Thrust is really good in this deck to Thrust is really good in this deck to grab Engage if you ever need to. I think the idea of playing Into the Void was neat. I mean, I think Into the Void is neat in this deck. The other thing is I also just don't have it, but I don't think it's the end of the world to not play Into the Void. I think it's fine. I'm not completely opposed to playing Chalice. Girsu summons token to the opponent's side of the field, but only... I mean, I guess if you start with Girsu and it doesn't get negated, you can give them a token. and then you can thrust. But I don't know if I feel good if that's good enough. I think this is fine. Something along those lines. This would be 41, so we'd have to cut one card, probably a Talents or a Chalice. But this is like, I don't think, yeah, or like if I don't play Gizmek, maybe it's okay to play one symbol skeleton. But if you cut on Orcust, then the return gets worse. Okay, so that would be that. Side deck, I would probably play Thrust, even though I have no idea where my thrusts are at the moment. I want a side deck. What do I want to side deck? I like the set of Bestials. And I like Ashes. I've been using this. This has been my go-to locals like side deck because it covers like Branded and Labyrinth, which are probably the most common meta decks at my locals. There's not really anyone playing Snake Eyes actively. It's mostly like people have like a lot of the tier 2 decks, but I don't think anyone's playing Snake Eye at the moment. Which is honestly, it's pleasant. I'm not gonna lie, I like that. But there's definitely meta decks, just not Snake Eye. So I'm like leaning towards playing cards like Bestial and Ash Blossom in my side deck a lot. I don't know if anyone has been picking up Tenpai. That is something that could be at locals. I should probably prepare for Tenpai in some fashion. Maybe side the counter trap. That is right. I was thinking about doing that for going first. I was thinking about siding a crescendo. That's probably a good idea. I like that idea. And then I'm gonna go and look for my thrusts after the stream, but I am gonna side deck the thrusts. So that would make it 10. And I guess what I could do is I could side deck stuff for the thrust. Also against Tenpai, like D-Barrier or Simul Archfiends. I think that's alright. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11. I would like to have another card that's also good against Tenpai, like something like Cosmic or Ghost Ogre that I can side in multiple matchups, but also against Tenpai. Kind of a fan of the Ghost Ogre. Ghost Ogre or Cosmic. No one, we don't have a stun player at locals, thankfully, so the Cosmics haven't really felt necessary. But Ghost Ogre could be okay in other matchups too. I think I'll go for the Ghost Ogres if I have, once again, no idea where my Ghost Ogres are. See if they're in my light pile. Oh, 2 Ghost Ogres. Please tell me the third is also here. No, I don't think the third is here. I think I took the third one out for when we had a non-engine discussion on stream. And I wanted to show one Ghost Ogre. Oh, well, we played 2 Ghost Ogre. It's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I'm gonna play 2 I have no idea where my Ghost Ogre is. Okay, we need another card. Do I play Nibiru? What matchups do I side Nibiru in? How do I organize the locals? I've been really trying to push out this game to people, but I don't really know how to get them in. I don't know what the exact procedure is to hold the locals. I'm afraid I am not sure how that works. Maybe there's someone in chat that does know that. But I know that if you want to host an official locals, you have to apply to Konami as an official tournament store. So if you have a store, then you can look into that. If you don't have a store, I don't think it's possible to host an official locals. At least to my knowledge, it wouldn't be. Here's Simul Archfiends. I could also play that if I wanted to. Not sure if I want to. Could play one Herald of the Abyss with the Thrust, just in case anyone shows up with Pearly. I don't think anyone has been playing Pearly at the locals, but just in case, I think that's an okay idea. And maybe the last one is just Duster. Duster as a thrust target seems okay, just in case I do get floodgated. Could also do Afterburner, though. That also outs floodgates. Maybe it's Afterburner, because I can also search that with Engage. I kind of like Afterburner. I think I might play Afterburner. Okay. Yeah, all right. So I think the Orcust deck is set. I just have to go and sleeve it. But let's think about Lightsworns for a second, because I was thinking about this morning on how to make use of the Lightsworn cards, and because they do seem, I genuinely think the Lightsworn cards are really good, and I would love to play them in something, or even just like a Lightsworn deck in general. But I haven't figured out what I would want to do with them yet. So this is like roughly the core you would play with Lightsworns, I think. I don't think you would ever play 3 Raiden nowadays, but you just have to play combo pile, I guess. Do you think there's a chance to make pure Lightsworn work? You just spam, but what do you spam if you play pure Lightsworn, I guess is the question. Nothing really, right? You just get a whole bunch of mills, right? What are like when I no matter what I was thinking of pairing with Lightsworns was like my problem in theory was always most of the stuff that you can pair with Lightsworns are either good mills or good draws, but they are not both. And that bothered me. That kind of bothered me because I thought like, okay, well, I can play Horus Lightsworn, but then the Horus cards aren't really good mills, right? Unless you already have King Sarcophagus, in which case you don't really need to mill the Horus cards. And then it's like, okay, well, you can do Bestials with like, because Bestials give you level 6 non-tuners, which you can turn into like this pattern, all that kind of stuff. It's really cool. But then the Bestials don't really have a single good mill in the deck. So all those ideas, I thought about it, but it all kind of bothers me that it doesn't have that, right? There's theoretically, you could think about playing like a Tearlament Lightsworn, which is possible. At the same time, we don't have Kikkolos, and the Tearlaments don't work if you mill them with charge because it's a cost. I think the the quote unquote what's it called? The quote unquote ideal solution for that would be to do runic, but I don't want to do runic Lightsworn again because I already played that and already tried it. I think this little guy, this guy is interesting to me. Maybe it's just because I love drawing cards, but the idea of putting up a Gyroth as your normal summon and then special summoning a bunch of like Lightsworn, Dragonling, Vice, Raid the Minerva, the 2 Minerva extra deck monsters, and just like every time you mill and draw cards when you hit Lightsworns, that seems kind of cracked to me. It's very optimistic, but the Gyroth seems fun, dude. Like imagine you go like you go like Charge of the Light Brigade, you mill a Lightsworn, any Lightsworn, say Raiden or whatever, right? And you have a Dragonling in hand, right? And you just go charge add Gyroth. By the way, I ordered an English Gyroth and they sent me a French. I'm destroyed because my entire core is English and the Gyroth is French now. I've been destroyed. You summon Gyroth, and then you use Dragonlink and special it, and then this is, you see, I would like to read what it does, but I can't. Okay, hold up. Gyroth Lightsworn. If a card is sent from your deck to the grave by the effect of a Lightsworn monster you control. So you summon this specials itself. This mills 1, right? So you mill a wolf or a Vice, not a Vice, a Felis probably. You mill a Felis, right? So the Felis triggers and the Gyroth also triggers, right? So it mills 2 now, and if I hit a Lightsworn card, I draw. This comes back. I make Minerva. Minerva mills 2 Lightsworns, right? Both of those trigger. The Gyroth triggers again, so you mill 2 more and potentially draw. These 2 come out. Well, this one doesn't come out. This one brings this one out, right? You do something with these. Yeah, maybe you do this, right? This mills 3 and maybe draws, right? Then this mills 2 and maybe draws. Then this mills 4. And then this mills 2 and maybe draws again, right? So this, how many times did the Gyroth mill in this sequence, right? You milled 2 for the Dragonling. You milled 2 for the Minerva on summon. You milled 2 for the other Minerva. You milled 2 for the second effect of this Minerva. 8. You mill 8 cards with the Gyroth alone and draw a card for every Lightsworn you hit. Right? The only problem is if you play a pure Lightsworn deck, what are the cards you're gonna draw? You just draw like more Lightsworns. So it's weird because there's not that many more good Lightsworns you can play, right? And obviously what you could do is you could throw in a bunch of good mills, like stuff that when you, because this sequence milled random cards, you milled 8, 11, 15. You milled 15 random cards from your deck, right? In this sequence. So it's obviously it'd be a natural, like it's a very natural thought to just put a bunch of cards into this deck that are good mills, right? But you really would need cards that you can also afford to draw, right? To do that. Like for example, I thought about, well, okay, you start by putting, like, for example, Keldo and Mudora seem like very natural inclusions in a deck like that. But I can't think of a plan how to get those, like, how do I get them into the graveyard when I draw them, right? Like, what do I do? If I'm not playing the runic version where I can just discard them, what do I do with the Mudora, right? In my hand. It's awkward. It really is awkward. So I think literally what it takes to break Lightsworns or to make Lightsworns playable. I don't know if breaking is the right word, but I think what it takes to make these cards playable is a consistent way to, or like a secondary portion to the deck that is both you're happy when you draw it, you're happy when you mill it. But I am really looking forward to trying something like this at some point. The Garroth, like Garroth Lightsworn sounds hype. Obviously, if you like, this would be you could do, this could be your core, right? Ideally, I would like to play more Lightsworns though, so that the Garroth and the Minerva can pop off. The question is, are there even any other? Let me check real quick. I don't think there is like a playable Lightsworn anymore. I think Lila is sideable, but that might be it. Lumina could be okay. What does Jane Twilightsworn do? Banish a Lightsworn from hand or grave. Okay, it's garbage. Genesis is garbage. Aegis doesn't even count. Garroth needs to draw a monster. Lumina could be okay with like Lumina. Oh, Lumina would be a way to get Keldo and Mudora out of your hand, right? Lumina Twilightsworn. Once per turn, banish a Lightsworn from your hand or grave. Target one of your banished Lightsworns. Special summon it. Also not bad, because it's super easy to banish Lightsworns now with the new synchro. Yeah, okay. Dude, how did I not think of Lumina? What the hell is wrong with me? Okay, those are interesting. I don't even know if I have them. There are FTKs with Lumina. Yeah, I know, because they're technically like they form some sort of infinite shenanigans. Yeah. Okay. That's an interesting idea. Okay, noted. Luminas. Like I said, I think Lila, I would never main deck Lila. I think for specific matchups like stun or whatever, you could side deck Lila, because with you can use Lila multiple times in the same turn. Like you can, like when you summon Lila, you pop a back row or force a back row. Most of the stuff is going to be chainable anyways, but then you can bring it back with Vice again to pop another, and then maybe even with the Luminas, you can bring it back once more. Like I think Lila could be a side deckable card in case you get floodgated or play against the back row heavy deck, but you would never main deck that card. Once per turn, when a spell trap is activated, banish a Lightsworn monster from your hand or grave. Target a face-up spell trap on the... Okay, that's not good. Theoretically, you could play this one just to mill more and increase the number of Lightsworns to draw with Garroth and Minerva, but it's not a great card. This one is not good. Not good. Yeah, I think it's just... yeah, that's all we have. That's all we have. I mean, all we have, honestly, for an archetype that old, some of these cards are surprisingly good, right? Like you could, if an old archetype gets legacy support, you can be happy that you can play like, I don't know, what is it, like 8 different cards or whatever. That's not terrible. So it'd be something along the lines of you play a pure Lightsworn deck. All gas, no breaks. You mill infinite cards. You draw cards with Garroth, and then you do something with the Luminas. because you play, and then you're just completely ignorant. You are a complete ignorant gambler in that moment, right? Because you play a bunch of cards that are good in the graveyard, right? Like whatever, like you play like Keldo, Mudora, Black Goat Laughs, all this kind of shit. Like I don't know what else you can think of, right? All that kind of stuff. Everything that you put into that's good when you put it into the graveyard, right? And when you draw those cards with the Gyroth or just in your opening hand, your plan is to just like do some stuff with Lumina to get them all into the graveyard, right? And so your plan is to just mill a shit ton of cards, draw a shit ton of cards, and spam some Omega, some maybe Dweller, maybe Baguska, whatever. You spam rank 4s and level 8 synchros. And you pair it up with a bunch of disruption from the graveyard, right? Because it's like pushing through Dweller, Omega, whatever is like probably easy, but not if it's backed up with Mudora, Keldo, Black Goat, and all the other stuff you can do, right? And then maybe you make a rank 8 with this, right? Because you can use Punishment or Judgment Dragon to search for free with the Dragonling, so that you can like and then Punishment Dragon also makes it so you can't deck out, right? Because it's quick effect, pay 1,000, shuffle all cards in the graveyard into the deck so you can't deck out, and it's also a solid piece of disruption against some decks, right? It sounds like something that is really inconsistent, but it also sounds like something that would be incredibly based to bring the locals just once. The more I think about it, the more I think it's not actually good, but the more I also want to play it. The more I also want to play it at locals at least once. Yeah. That sounds like something I would want to do. I don't know if I have all the cards for it here. I don't even know if I have Lumina. I have a Lumina for Edison. I know I have one Lumina. I don't know if I have a Lumina Lightsworn. Hold up. Lumina. No, I don't think I have a Lightsworn Lumina. There's like no way. It's a dark, right? I don't think I have it. I might do that for I might do that for next week's locals or something. I'm not sure yet. We might cook that on a future stream. I'm pretty sure I don't have a Lightsworn Lumina. Naturia Lightsworn would be something you could consider if Sacred Tree was back at 3, dude. It's literally it's such a crime that the tree is still limited in the TCG. It's I don't understand. It makes me sad. Naturia did nothing wrong, man. Yeah, I don't have a Lumina. What if we do old school Zombie Sworn? I mean, what do you mean by old school Zombie Sworn? Are you suggesting to put Card of Safe Return into the deck? Or what? Like, what are you trying to do? Mizuki? Mizuki bring back what? Goblin Zombie. Goblin Zombie, dude. Goblin Zombie, and then link off the Goblin Zombie, search another Mizuki, discard the Mizuki for Lumina. Cooking, dude. Cooking. The problem with zombie cards in all seriousness, in a concept like this one, is that zombie cards I don't think are standalone good mills. Like there's no zombie I can think of where you mill that one zombie and it does something. You always need to, you would always need access to the zombie cards in multiples. Right? Dude, this sounds very fun. You mill rollback and the Shiranui trap, that's a zombie card. Dude, do we put rollback in this deck? Do we put rollback? Because I might. I might. Okay, anyways, I don't think this is something that I want to do on today's locals because I don't have the cards for it, and I don't think it's a well thought out plan yet. But that is something I'm gonna save that in the back of my mind. I'm gonna grab myself the Luminas, and then I think we will cook for one of next week's locals. That's definitely something I want to do. I'll keep that idea in my head. I'll just play the Orcust I'll just play the Orcust pile today. That's also gonna be fun, I'm pretty sure. And that's gonna be fine. All right. Sick. Okay, locals deck set. We have enough time for 1 or 2 more games in the Master Duel event. Let me boot that up again. And we round the day off with 1 or 2 Paleo tier games in the Limit 1 festival. Don't forget to add your thrust before you go. Yeah. I will. I will. Thank you. How many points do you need to like finish the event technically? Oh, it wouldn't even be that much more. Yeah. Okay. Don't you want that awesome title? I haven't really been collecting those, no, for the events. I mean, like, unironically, something most of the time it's true for me when these events happen. I find them fun for a day or two, but I do unfortunately kind of yeah, I don't know. Ooh, we have rollback and we can pop it with Pearl Rhino. I find these the most fun on the first day. A lot of the times. 2 Pearl Rhino. And just add here cache, I think, because I'm gonna deploy the Rhino Heart and set the rollback. Limit 1 is never fun. I thought it was fun. This is incredible. How does this happen? Every single game, man. Do you have a favorite English word? Rollback is my favorite English word at the moment. Or burst. Burst. No, burst is my favorite English word. Well, Meta Noise isn't great when they have a Bestial ready to go, but neither is Scream. I guess it's Grief? I guess it's Grief. Or Sharon. I really need to get that roll back into the grave. What do I... Wasn't here for the last half hour. What are you playing at locals? I'll play Orcust today. Because I'm missing cards for most of the other stuff that I want to play. Dude, you're being so annoying! Well, we have the burst technology. Two hand traps, normal summon Snake Eye Ash. This is my favorite German word of all time. Rindfleisch Etikettierungsüberwachungsaufgabenübertragungsgesetz. Yeah, that's a nice one. Did I miss the new cards already? You did. We're gonna be doing that. Well, it's gonna be on the Plus channel though. Very soon. We did that at the very beginning of the stream. Donau, Dampf, Schiffsfahrt, Elektrizitäts, Umspannungskraftwerk. Ja, okay. How do you determine what goes on the main and what on the plus? It's vibes. Just vibes. Nah, like the plus channel has uncut stuff and the main channel has everything that we edit. And I say we, I'm not doing any editing. I'm not doing anything. But the plus channel has mostly unedited stuff. Well, random backjack, take the wheel. Those were all better hits. Why didn't you hit any of those? Well, we're gonna burst this turn. Maybe even now. I might burst now. But then if they can keep playing, I'm screwed. Just wait. The problem if I wait is if they use the oak to tag into Flamberge, I guess they can't really do much else. Okay. How are they going to get it into the graveyard? I mean, I guess they won't, but they can still run over my Paleo, which is annoying. I kind of want to keep both. Ooh, I'm going to burst if they summon that. They should tag out first. That's huge. That's massive. They have something. Oh, they played Chase. Okay. Well, end phase. I guess they can get a Silvera in the end phase. So they have a Druisworm and a Diabellstar. That's manageable. They can get a negate with this, basically, yes. If they play, yeah, I would assume they play that in Limit 1. When you go to locals, did you start by going with friends or did you just go and showed up? I have this issue that I would love to play locals, but it's not that close. But I would be alone and hate nothing more than being the new person somewhere since my friends don't play Yu-Gi-Oh! So it's a tough question to answer because this locals that I go to at the moment, this is literally my 3rd time going there. But I did go. I just heard that it happens, and I went there without knowing anyone. And I think in your situation, it sounds like you have 2 options: either bite the bullet and go to locals for the first time alone, or never get to do it, right? And so I guess you have to choose whether you would rather miss out on the opportunity completely or like, because people are gonna be nice, you know, like you just go and you'll make friends at locals. That's what it's for, partially. I know it sounds easier than it is for some people, right? But if you don't have friends that play Yu-Gi-Oh! At the moment, then you just have to go if you want that experience. I'm not playing the regional on Saturday. No, I'm gonna be gone for over the weekend and also until next Tuesday because we're doing a little bit of a cycling holiday with my fiance and my dad. So there's also not going to be a stream on Monday and Tuesday. Oh no, Monka. Okay, I'm not going to crash this time. I promise. I won't crash. I'm really just not outgoing at all. No, I understand that, and neither am I. I feel that. It's fine. It's fine to be that way. But those are still your 2 options, right? Do I pop their original or do I pop my Sullick? I kind of think popping the Sullick is nice. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to get Olinoids, I'm going to pop the Kick Close and mill 5. Set Olinoids. Tier Cash or Sharon. Sharon I can normal summon into Redoer. I like that more. The hand is a bestial, yes. There's nothing I can really do about it though. Just remember to break before turning. Yeah, haha. Lost Wind. The bestial makes it very hard. I might have to outplay the bestial a little bit. Just a little bit. Oh, wait. I can't make that with a paleo. Oh, that was almost a disaster. Locked into water for the rest of the turn. If you lose in Master Duel, do you lose your world champion title? Yes, that's how it works. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna attack with the Redoer, then we're gonna use the Redoer effect, and on resolution we can activate Sharon, but because we have no more monsters, the Druisworm is not gonna be a quick effect. So they have to do it here, yeah, okay. It's still not ideal that they banish my Kikolos here. Because I can't... Because I used the Coral Anemone earlier. I can't fuse now. But because I didn't mill a single dark, I can't... I could have made Mud Dragon because I'm locked into water. Yeah, I die. Oh, I thought I could fuse into Mud Dragon. I didn't have a single dark. That's fucked up. Okay. I wonder if there was a line there to outplay the Bestial. There maybe was. Maybe what I did was a little too fancy. Maybe you didn't have... Maybe I shouldn't have popped my own Salik. Maybe it was just pop there. Maybe it was just Cambro Raster on their face down and then search Leoncolia instead of the Olinoids and put like transaction rollback back into the graveyard. It could have been that. Title gone. Yeah, rip. This is nice. How do I never have a good trap to discard for this? It's almost like all of the good traps are limited. Okay. All right. Yo, Pascal, thank you for the prime. I'm playing Engage today. I'm playing Engage at locals today. Thoughts? Have you tried cooking it? Yeah, dude. Look, it was early in the morning, okay, Quantal? Calm down. How is the event so far? The event is very fun. Minus the fact that people are still playing Snake Eyes and still doing the exact full combo every time, because limited cards don't matter in Snake Eyes and consistency hits are shit. Outside of that, it's pretty fun. I'm having a good time. This is somewhat annoying because I would have a guaranteed. I could go redoer, but because fusion deployment locks me into fusion, I can't do that. So I don't really know what I'm gonna do here. I might just go meta noise. Grief. Grief also, I guess grief. Yeah, grief's better probably. Yeah. I keep forgetting about grief. Am I the only one? But I'm so not used to play with grief that I keep forgetting it even exists. Grief is really good, yeah. Would not be me. I mean, yeah, but you wouldn't have been Effect Veiler on the Rhino Heart, right? Because you would have not activated. So the Effect Veiler would have hit the Kick Colossus now. So we're not the same. Meta noise. That's annoying. I don't want to add back the tier cache now. Oh, okay. Ooh, I milled Rollback and Elemental Burst with 1 mill. And Rise to Full Height. What do I have? Poggin. Gaming. Absolute gamer. Why isn't there a bursting emote yet? There probably should be one. You're right. There probably should be one. God, man. Do I care about Hydrant enough? Probably not. Misfit, appreciate that. I mean, yeah, probably. I think Paleo tier, like Paleo tier looks really fun. Even in the TCG format. I'm not sure if I think it looks more fun than pure Paleo, but I might still play it at some point. The entire like looping your Tearlaments Cash Tira and mill every turn with Scream and tier cash, all that, it seems like a really fun deck. So I might play it at some point. The question that I always ask myself in these spots is the opponent aware of the elemental burst interaction? Like, do they know I can do that at any point? Or are they unaware? Looks like they're trying to go for an SP play. Fine. Since all of my stuff is chainable, I don't mind it that much. Oh, Preventer. Okay. Sure. SP here to force the rollback. That'd be a neat play, yeah. The thing is that they still need they still kind of need a another rescue ace to tribute off of emergency, right? And most of the ones that you play are already here, so. Okay, SP. SP on rollback would be pretty good here. That's nice. If I chain it now, it doesn't do that much. But the chance... Basically... No, I can't really get it back, can I? Needlebug's Nest? I mean... I could go Needlebug's Nest, but it's only good if I hit Sheeran. I can bounce this, and that also makes Rhino Heart a good mill. Make them unable to attack. And see what happens. See, I got Rhino Heart. Soul Red. Rhino 1. Dream 2. Solid. Effect. Wait. Where's Havness? Why is Havness in the graveyard? Oh, I can't fuse now. Oh my god. Why? Oh, why is Havness in the grave? What happened to Havness? I milled it twice. That's right. I sent it with Rhino and then I milled it again. Oh. Oh god, no, dude. Anyways, they can't attack. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, man. I guess we'll try our best to get a trap with Backjack. But I want to use Morella beforehand. I'm not sure what we have for Backjack. Let's see. Is there a machine in their grave? There is. Ice Dragon's Prison would be pretty good. Laundry Trap for what? Laundry Trap seems good to send. Send Laundry Trap. Let's add Salik back to hand. Let's go Grief on the Diabell Star. Chain Morella and hope for a good Backjack. If the Backjack is terrible, we can technically go completely Gamba and tier cash mill 3. To just get a random one. Ice Dragon's Prison. It's never been this easy, chat. And the next two cards in the deck are Heartbeat and Lost Wind, so I'm gonna mill those with tier cash. They're good mills. Boom. Kurikara, okay. Doesn't really matter. Can't attack. Are you trying to go for a Zelantis OTK right now? Sir? Are you trying to go for a Zelantis? Sir, hello? This does nothing except kill their own Kurikara. Cash money. Nice. Dude, I hate Kurikara. I hate Kurikara with a burning passion. I want it out of here. Oh, man. Okay, very funny. All right. Guys, I hope you enjoyed the stream. That's going to be it for today. I'll see you guys again tomorrow. I'll tell you how locals went tomorrow. But I need to head out now because I need to make my way to locals. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope you enjoyed the event gaming. I certainly had fun. It was a good time. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you for the support, the follows, the subs, everything as usual. Appreciate you guys. I will send you guys over to Mr. Joseph MBT, and I hope you have a good time over there. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Appreciate you all for tuning in. I'll see you guys again tomorrow, and